I don't think... The thing is that all of my speed runs, have had to be like pretty composite. There's very, very few of the difficult bosses that I can like single try. Bad habit. We took 2 hits. I was doing really well for a bit there. But, I mean, this is as long as we don't get caught in Silk Web, we can make 2 more mistakes. There's one. There's our allotment of mistakes. We are out of mistakes. Yeah, there we go. Ah. I've had her below 300 a few times, so... Phase 2. Okay, phase 3. Good, good. No. It's that low one that always gets me. Oh, that was... Phase 4. Now, and that's... Oh. Let me double check some numbers real quick. Okay, so I heard that that the curse version of the Witch Crest has a damage, like has a damage boost on it. Like it does more damage just to kind of make a few things with it like a little bit more viable, but I can't actually find the values. So if that's untrue, then we have a Hive Steel Needle, so that's 17 damage. And we have a 0.88 damage multiplier. So we do 15 damage per swing. She has what is it, 1,000? She's got 1,095 health. So actually, here's a way that we can actually test it. Okay, so we know the multiplier from having Hive Steel. We know the damage value for Hive Steel, and so we know that we do 15 damage in theory. So phase 2 starts at 1,000 HP. So when you've done basically 90 damage to her. So real easy division. That can't be right. That's saying phase 2 starts at 6 hits. Well, phase 2 does come in pretty early, so let's actually use the phase 3 value. So the fake death, no, okay. The fake death is at 620. So 1095 minus 620 is 475 divided by 15 is 32 hits. So let's just count. Yeah, we're on needle 3 because that's all we can be on for, like, you can't get the pale steel, because you have to do this in Act 2. So you just can't do it with pale steel. Hive steel is the best you can get. So 32. We better be on the hive steel. Yeah, we're on hive steel. Why calculate how many hits you need? It helps ground me, is why. It helps me prepare mentally for, like, just sort of, I don't know, all of it. Because if we know exactly how much damage we do, and we know how many hits we need, then we know that the final phase is 300 hit points long, which it's the longest phase. Is the last one, which is kind of surprising. And is not quite a third, but more than a quarter, but not quite a third. But so let's see if, like, the thing that I'm curious about is really if it was true that the parasite has an extra damage modifier to it. So let's just see if we phase her in 32 hits. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 34, 35, 36. Okay. Okay. So 36. Okay, so fake death is at, come on, scroll for me. Fake death is at 620. So 1095 minus 620 is 475 divided by 36. So we're actually only doing 13 damage per swing. 13 or 14. Okay. So 13.2. Let's just use 13.2 as a value. Means that 620 divided by 13.2, 47. So that seems very doable. Like that doesn't even seem like that many, right?
Uh-oh.
Hello, welcome. We're doing a bit of math and just a smidge of administration. Uh, yeah, so it's just the rounding is odd. Uh, um, yeah, so we just need to Okay, so what was that number that I came up with? Or is it 47? So in practice, yeah, well, it might round down instead of to nearest. The issue is that, like, okay, since the numbers clearly don't go cleanly, well, it took us. Okay, it took us 36 hits to phase her. So right, it took us 36 hits to do 475 damage, or well, to cross the 620 threshold. So that is evenly 13.194444444444444 damage. So really, it's probably 14, right? Or wait, because if it were. But one way or another, it's not 15, which is what it should be, because the 17 damage that Hive Steel does should have a 0.88 modifier from Grandmother Silk's resistance. So it does seem like the curse does. Someone said it did more damage. It seems to do less. Now I kind of really want to install a modded version so that I can test this, like see the actual damage values, because I couldn't find anyone actually, like, no one seems really no one seems to have posted the actual exposed damage values of the curse. 14 matches with 17, 8, 8, rounded down. Right. I guess that would, if it floors it, then it would be 14 and that would match. So that would mean that there is no damage modifier on the parasite at all. Like they just floor the values, and so we end up with, yeah, okay, that is, yeah. All right, now I had a very poor start to this because I was counting. You know, we're just gonna start that over. I'm not, yeah. There's no reason to. All right, we did our science. An easy test would be to do it once you remove the curse. Yeah, that would. I don't think that that's needed. The main thing that I was curious about was somebody told me that the parasite does more damage. And why is my controller disconnecting suddenly and right now? I'm not even moving that much. That's annoying. Which I think we've disproved that the parasite does more damage. Like that was kind of the test, really. It does not seem to do more damage because the numbers line up with what we would expect, assuming it floors all rounding. Oh, too fast. The low ones screw me up the most. Stop it. Stop it. I'm just gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Okay. Come on. Amazing how the thing I like about intentionally failing is every now and then you learn something really interesting. Like, okay, the hurt box on those vertical needles is shockingly permissive. Since I was unable to get hit by them on purpose. All right, believers. Ooh. Not a fan, and it's good. Believers win! That was clean. I mean, there's a few mistakes in there, but that was good. That was good. That felt really good. I felt in control. All right. Fortunately, there we go. Twisted Child. Fortunately, the spikes at least despawned. That is a small kindness that Matthew gave to us personally. I think that should be the last. No, it's not the. Okay, I have almost all the non-Steel Soul endings. The only thing I need is the Hunter Memento, which I think is finishing. What does that actually require? Talking to New after fully completing the Hunter's Journal with all entries filled, which inherently makes it a Steel Soul achievement. I don't feel like I can do Steel Soul. I die too much to just like random junk. It's not Steel Soul, so you don't require the Steel Soul specific things. Okay. Oh, you get a different end screen here for Twisted Child. New title screen. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so I mean, I'm feeling like okay, that right there. My original 100%, my 5-hour speed run, my 30-hour 100% speed run, and Twisted Child. That's a this one. Yeah, so okay, well let's duck into our most completed save and check out the state of the Hunter's Journal. So we'd need to complete about 40 entries. So upper far fields. Weave Nest Atla. Actually, there's one of each of these in memoriam. I guess there's a couple of these in the climbing area. Memoriam Rhino doesn't respawn. Well, that's good, because we only need one. Annoying, but yeah, those are just deep docks. No clue what those would even be. Right next to the Moor Bellway, the Greymoor Bellway. No clue. Ugh, annoying. But like they're only in one area, but they're I guess easy. I know where a couple of these are. They're just by Upper Sinners Road. I'm like, for a second, I'm like, I'm surprised I haven't killed more of these. But also, these are actually surprisingly difficult to kill because they don't actually take damage until they fully retracted. Yeah, some of these, I know that some of these are actually like the atmospheric little critters that fly away the moment you enter a screen. So you basically need to run at them with cog flies out. Otherwise you can't actually like good luck actually killing one. Pond Catcher, easy. They're right next to Bellheart. Also right next to Bellheart. Right above Bellheart. Oh, these you gotta go find. No clue. Like, just literally zero idea. Judges... Right, because I started jumping over them. But also, there's one right next to a bellway. Memoriam. In between Crust King Khan and Voltverm. That would be a boss. Just by how these are sorted. Am I missing a boss? Out in... the coral area? Drapefly, Drape Lord. I don't actually know where I would find one of these. The only ones I can think of are the ones that attack Jubilana when she's on her... well, like when you go and find her on her quest. That one's easy. Actually, I guess this one's easy as well. I'm like, Upper Cogwork Core is destroyed. But these... yeah, the bomb flies, the trick is to just, is to claw line into them. You only need to hit them twice and they explode. Also, if you can like cleanly hit their head, they take more damage. Same place as those. Cogwork Defender. Thankfully, I've got those. How do I not have the cleanser? But also easy. In between Cogwork Defender and Cogwork Dancers. See, I would assume that that would be Second Sentinel. Like I would assume that this would be the lore entry for Second Sentinel after doing after finishing their quest, but it's not. So I don't know what that is. Vaultborn, Lampbearer. This one actually might. Are these all dead now? No, because there's one off in the side room, which is where you would also be able to get scroll readers. Ballkeepers, Trobio, Tormented Trobio, Penitent, easy. Probably the big Nemonid. Probably this is actually probably the big Nemonid in that's in Bright Vein. That's probably what that is. That's just going over, yeah, easy. Obnoxious. I have a guess of what that is. This is all Verdania. That's down in the this is all down where I am. Void masses, molds, garpids. At least we only gotta go halfway to the surface. That's dual. Okay. Well, we're down in the abyss. No, we wanted that. Okay, is there one of those big ones? I think there's one of those big ones just over here. Yeah. Okay, so we need... How many of those did we need? Can we go... Okay, we can't. Alright, all the way to the bottom. One more. You see, we did a bunch of math, and then two attempts later, we got the twisted child. Like, we did it. So, like, once again, we've demonstrated that, like, all we needed to do was a little bit of math. All right. Okay, that should complete that. Small shadow chargers we don't need. Gloom sacks, we need one more, but we'll kill them in killing the Gargant Gloom. They'll just be collateral damage. And there's 2 Gargant Glooms on the way. How are you not dead? I hate you so much. I hate all of you so much. Ah. My brain keeps being like, oh yeah, you're in the room right next to the jump. It's like, no, you're not. Amazing. That chewed through so much silk. 4 cog flies. And... Alright, we are going under this one to... We're gonna use the bell bench. And then come back and... All right. I think, okay, that abyss checked off. Back to the surface. You know what? We went to a bench. We're just gonna save warp back to it.
Machine Fora.
Okay, we're in deep docks. So, actually, we're gonna run past a couple of them anyway. So, alright, the big slugs. 3 more. Okay, we're not gonna pass 3 unless we go down. In fact, I think we're just gonna pass that one. Yeah, so let's just use the bell. Oh, you respawn on screen transition. That makes this easy. There we go. Check that off. Anything else in deep docks? These... No clue. No clue. Because with the position, they'd be bosses. That or they're critters in Mosslands. Or wait, no, this is Farfield. So either they're like Farfield's critters or they're Deep Docks bosses. Where even would something I'm missing hide? Unless they're Steel Soul. Okay, I guess they're either Farfield's critters, which I don't think I'm missing any of. Or they're Deep Docks bosses, or their Steel Soul content. Does the Steel Soul stuff show in the Hunter's Journal on a non-Steel Soul run? Maybe? Steel Soul stuff doesn't show. What the heck would this be, and where would it be? That's a puzzle room for a spool shard. The got forever and ever ago. That's where that's where the Forge brothers were. That was a flea. That was another. I don't think that was a mask shard. I think that was another spool. This is all just platforming to open up the stuff so you can get to. So that you can actually get up to this. friendly NPCs show up at the bottom of the hunter's journal. Yeah, give me a hint, 'cause I'm stumped. This should. Because its position, they'd be bosses. They're misfiled. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna just... Then we're just gonna move on for now. Alright, most straightforward thing would just be to head up to Memoriam. Oh, I wanted to go up. Oh, right. This save is not poor and has lots of stuff. I mean, I know I'm missing a bunch of environmental critters. Okay, things we're missing in... that we can find in Memoriam. We need the big... Scorpionid, it was like Farfield stuff, mainly. I don't know why I'm scrolling like I am. Okay, go... What am I looking for? I'm looking for the Scorpionid. I don't know why I'm looking for the Scorpionid. I know I need one, and I need... Oh. What the hell are you doing in here? Okay, I also need... Oh, I never opened that shortcut on this save. Okay, well, this is convenient, because now we need to go past... What a terrible turn of events. Alright, he doesn't actually have a whole lot of health. I think we need like one more time? 3 more. Slightly boring. One. Two. Three. All right, now we need the coral walkers we need the coral walkers up above, the big ones. Alright, how many of them do we need? Alright. Coral tower stuff. We need 2 more, and I think there should be just 2 more of them across the hall. One. Two. There we go. All right. Other things in Memoriam. Okay. Or I guess in the Citadel in general. Well, no, judges are... Don't think there's any of these in here, so we'll need to go to Far Fields for those. More. Actually, okay, maybe... Maybe these are just like... I'm actually going to bet that these are actually just more like that they're clustered with like the environmental critters. Wait, no, I wanted to go up. I wanted to head to the tube. We want to take the tube. Or actually, no, we're right by Cogwork Core. There was a couple things in the core that we need. We need the steam guy, and we need the wall crawler, and we need the spiky floater. So we need you. Alright, there should be a steam guy right here. Assuming I don't fall off. Alright, there's one of that. And then we're gonna hop back up into here because there's then 2 of these. And I only needed 1. Apparently. Yeah, so Cogwork Spine, done. Haulers, we gotta go over to Underworks. Crawlers, we need 3 more. We can just go reset and get 2 more. Defenders we've got, thankfully. Cleanser. Can I think of anywhere? No, I think there's just the one. No, no, that's not a cleanser. I think there's just the one left. I think this one on this platform is the only one of these left because the rest of them were all in Upper Cogwork Core, which no longer exists. Okay. Oh, I guess I should change. Yeah. Twisted Child is done. So I'm just going to change the title. Cleaning up Hunter's Journal. Cleaning up Hunter's Journal. That's what we're doing. Do I need... I completely spaced out. Do I need more of those? I do. Huh. I just cannot retain 2 more. We need to do that 2 more times. Alright, that finishes that one. I'm gonna just, like, frickin' apparently murder myself on the dumbest stuff by being just a little impatient. Okay, one more cleanser. Not on the level I thought I was on. I never get tired of that. Come on. Still counts. Alright, cleansers done. Defenders done. No clue. Lamp bearers, scroll readers, those are not far away. Best way of getting to them is going to be to run back to Songclave. Okay, and it should be... Not a thing I'm terribly excited to see. Okay, we needed one of those, and there should be another one of them, and... Seven. Oh, I suddenly regret running past them so much. Back up to Songclave to respawn. So we should need 6 more, 2 of those, 6 of those. Yeah, the one that's right. There's one like right here in Act 2, and another one like right here, and they're both dead in Act 3. I'm so bad at this. Oh god! Oh, I didn't even see it there. This is why it took me 12.5 hours to beat Lost Lace. Alright, is this one right down here still alive? No. 3 more. We either kill that one in this hall 3 times, or we kill everything in order to get to this one as well. Let's just do the easier route. Two more of that. These are the consequences of like going like, I don't think I care about that, and discovering hours and hours later, like, meh, maybe I do kind of care about that. I think this should be the last one. There we go. Okay. Next on the list, once we get back to Songclave and look at the list. What is that? Only got 30 left to complete. It's not the basic fly. It's not. Oh, I need a hauler. Well, let's go over to Underworks and get one of those. Didn't count. Alright, well, there's one more down at the bottom. There we go. Oh, and I think we need... No, we need sweepers, not scrubbers. Easiest sweepers to get to are gonna be... We're there. There's one right over there. There's also one there. Okay, we're gonna get... We should probably duck out so that at least something in the room won't be void touched. Alright, you. Yeah, I can't really imagine doing the Hunter's Journal more than once. This is... If you did it a second time, I think you would just have to outright be like, I'm gonna do it as I go. I'm gonna make sure in every area. I did do that a couple times in a couple areas. Do a no mercy run of Undertale purely to hear battle against a true hero in the least convenient way possible. Why did I do it like that? How many more? Done. Okay. Anything in the Citadel? Alright, slab. Mount Fay. Wormways. I have my suspicions, but it would also be Wormways. Alright, give me a sec. I just need to run errors for a minute. Okay, that's better. That took me a sec to find it. Where the heck did I leave it? I know I didn't leave my sweater in the car. Okay. Sure, far fields. We are there, yeah. No, not the conspirators. So, I saw an amazing thing today. Reddit has been pushing so much like conspiracy junk at me lately that I'm just getting exposed to large amounts of it. But it's all like the ancient aliens, like, you know, the pyramids are a power plant. Type stuff. Okay, yeah, we need to go up. Okay, so it was saying that the pyramids display levels of craftsmanship that can barely be matched by modern standards, including that the sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid, and they put sarcophagus in scare quotes because they don't believe it was a sarcophagus. The sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid shows microscopic levels of polish. Now, that might sound impressive, but it is like saying the ocean shows signs of increased hydration. Of course, it shows microscopic levels of polish, because that's what polishing is. That's just polishing. Hello, Amy. You have come downstairs. Hello. Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're standing in front of the main monitor is what you're doing. Yeah? You want attention. You want, oh, you like that. You like that. Oh. The pyramids are a power plant people might actually be like some of the dumbest folks on this planet. Because it's like, you have to know so little about anything for that theory to make any sense at all. Like, just any sense at all. You need to just not know what the interior of the pyramids looks like. You've never been curious to, like, look up photos. You've never done one of the virtual walkthroughs. You just don't know anything. Yeah, okay. Is there even a political angle supported by believing that crap? Yeah, the political angle that's supported by believing it is the angle that expertise is fake, that science is just making stuff up, that scientists, like when scientists and historians write a book or a paper or make a TV show or something. All they're doing is just making stuff up and telling a story. And thus, when Von Daniken or Graham Hancock goes on TV or writes a book and just like makes stuff up and tells a story, they're doing the same thing. That it's like that they start with like, okay, here's what we're doing, which is just making stuff up and telling stories. But that's all science is doing as well. Like that's all they're doing. So it's very much like it creates this level playing field, this fake level playing field where it's like it's us versus them, and we're using the same tactics, and this like we're being silenced, we're being pushed out. Like it turns someone like Graham Hancock not into a fraud who is relying on non-existent evidence to like separate rubes from their money. It turns him into like he's not part of an out group because his methods are bad. He is part of a social out group that it's purely about like who's popular enough to get. It's like, oh, like real science is like, since in their paradigm science is just made up stuff, real science is then dictated purely by in-group membership. All right, and I think we need a bunch of the small ones. 3 more. I don't think there's 3. Well, you know, between this area. There's a few more hoppers down here. One more. Now, I think we gotta go. Oh, they... Easy. There we go. Yeah, it's crazy. It's the thing that I'm currently like really obsessed with in all of this is just that like one of their favorite phrases is this like, oh, they're just clinging to the dogma of science. Like they're rejecting these because of dogma. But you will find no one on earth as dogmatic as a conspiracy theorist. Conspiracy theorists cling so tightly to a dogma of anti-science that there simply is no comparison. Amy, did you just did you just drool all over everywhere? Why are there little drops? I guess we head up to Blasted Steps. So we need judges, we need floating pilgrims. Okay, the judge will be easy. We're gonna want to kill you. Yeah. We might as well get this other one while we're in the room. Oh, he's dead now. Okay, never mind. Stop playing around with pogos. There we go. Judge is done. The big guys. There's like one here? Is it over here? There's not a lot of them. Alright, it's with pilgrims. Elder pilgrim. Where else? I know they're in a couple places. I'm just trying to think of any that are actually kind of accessible. Like one that's just kind of like in the marrow. But it's not coming to me. One of them is Bone Grave. I don't really want to do Bone Grave. Everyone's saying Bone Grave. Okay. So I guess we just go to Wormways. Well, yeah, because would want to approach from Wormways. So, bone bottom. Oh, the graveyard where... The Shellwood graveyard, maybe. That's worth checking out. It's also really easy to get to. You know what? Let's check that out. Let's scope that out. We'll scope out the Shellwood graveyard. Because then, even if it's a bust, we can just hop over to Wormways and do the Wormways stuff. And then from Wormways, drop down into Bone Grave. Nothing. You know what, let's stop at that bench just in case. Nah, Silent Hill's not really my thing. I mean, like, I shouldn't say... Oh, I bet I know what one of these is. I just thought of a thing I haven't... Wrong way. I keep thinking that that's gonna open the map, and it never has, so I don't know why my hands keep doing it. That not... I'm not still on like a quest or something, am I? No. Alright, let's go check in on our boy. And there's also a... Yeah, that parses. You don't look completely dead yet, man. Okay, we need to kill... a few more of those small flies. And a couple of... couple of those really annoying things. One of those really annoying things. Alright, how many more of those do we need? We got one of those. Just one more. We'll just rest at the bench and then drop back down. You doing okay there, man? Cool story. Alright, one more life seed. Okay. Mount Fay. Yeah, okay, so I guess just drop down into Bone Grave. What's up, bro? Just like you now. You want this tasty lifeblood? Look at me. Look at me. Look how full of lifeblood I am without turning into a writhing, vine-sprouting zombie. Built different. Yeah, man. Alright, down to Bone Grave. One. Is that gank a bench reset or screen reset? I don't remember. Let's find out. Bench. Okay. Yeah, no, just run out to... Wait, no, there's not a bench at Bone Bottom anymore. Okay, wait, no, there's a bench right here in the chapel. Nah, we don't want a bench next to some dead snails. Or do we? Hello, Hannah and Co. We are finishing up the Hunter's Journal. It's a little tedious because a few of these things only spawn on one screen, and they only spawn one of it every now and then. How many of these guys do we need? Up. No, all the way up. More up. Further. Keep going. Oh, wait, no. Pilgrim Hulk, Pilgrim Pouncer. Elder Pilgrim. Oh, well, okay. We only need 3 more. So this shouldn't take us more than, like, I don't know, 20 laps? Let's find out how bad the RNG is. Alright, now we only need 2 more. Okay, alright, I found something weird on my speedrun playthrough. Okay, so a lot of NPCs in the speedrun playthrough I didn't talk to at all, right? Because they're not needed at all for getting the 5-hour achievement. But then I took that save and I pivoted to completing the 30-hour 100%, right? But I still hadn't talked to a lot of people, like, Like, I talked to Sherma for the first time in Songclave. So the little pilgrim in Bone Bottom, I hadn't talked to him at all. And then after I killed the Skull Tyrant, I never got the he just kind of disappeared at one point, and I never got the I never got the Skull Tyrant ambush. So it turns out, I don't know if Pilby lived as a result of that, but he didn't die. Alright, hopefully only one more. We've been getting kind of lucky with like about 50%. Like it's kind of been alternating these two different patterns, but not like, not cleanly alternating them. So hopefully this is the last one. And then we can go up to Mount Faye. There we go. Yeah, let's just go to Mount Faye. Slab. Oh, there's one other thing we need in the slab, too. What did we need to kill in the slab? Small prisoners. I'm on the wrong floor. I was actually really surprised at how much easier I found it on my second go. That, like, it took me a long time to get through it. I mean, I guess a large part of it, like a huge part of it really just is knowledge of the area. Okay. Two more. All right. Well. There we go. Neminord. Yeah, so just like knowing the area, like the part that actually gave me the biggest struggle on the repeat. So like this initial segment was like so freaking hard the first time. And then this crossing was hell. This was my nightmare. And then on my repeat, actually, it was this segment that gave me the most grief. Just because of the, like, my muscle memory for the style of jump you need to do had just, like, atrophied. And I kept screwing it up. But then once I got past this, like, I think it took me 2 attempts to redo this, and then once I got past, like, once I got past this, it was just clean all the way to the top, right? Can they come get me in here? No. Can they come get me over here? This is solid rock. Yeah, there we go. All right. What are we missing? Let's go to the top. Those two that I still... Oh, I needed 12 of those. Okay. Irritating but easy. Far fields. This is so annoying. I did find on that second playthrough, though, like, so I stuck to the Hunter's Crest for everything in... I think I beat everything in the game with Hunter's Crest except for what is it? Except for Flea Bounce. Like, I did Flea Bounce with Reaper. No. Okay, that's 12 of those. Yeah, you're just right. Okay, easy. You're right beside. There's not really a convenient bench. Today on top 10 things I don't want to see. Okay, are there more than... There's more than one of that in here. Ah, that's... Those smaller ones, when they're voided, are like basically impossible to see in here. That was terrible. And then I walked right into a trap. Run back to halfway home. The halfway home run is probably longer but less annoying. Yeah, no, I found that, like, a lot of things, a lot of the platforming in the game is actually really, like, okay, I was super dreading having to redo the unlocking of the Sinner's Road bench. And I was like, you know what, just give it a try with Hunter's Crest. Now, granted, I came back here with, I finally went there. I had claw line and double jump, so like keep that in mind. Like if you go there with claw line, double jump, and the hunter's crest, it's like it's actually trivial. But the thing is that like so much of the platforming in the game, a lot of it is like perfectly spaced for Hunter's Crest. Reaper's Crest is really good for platforming if you need to like think through it. Like I had to use Hunter's Crest to get through that segment the first time I did it. But also I didn't have claw line or double jump, so... Alright, how many more of you do I need? 4. I'm gonna just do that 2 more times. Yeah, Hunter's Crest gives you a bit of, so Hunter's Crest gives you a bit of correction. Reaper doesn't give you the correction, but Reaper just gives you like the really permissible swing. So like there's a pro and con there. Like, don't get me wrong, like pogoing with Reaper is it really lets you like think through it, and you have a huge margin of error. But yeah, I actually found that like the platforming has a really, really natural rhythm with the Hunter's Crest. You know, I mean, the easiest demonstration of that is just Hunter's March, where you've got like all of the red blossoms that you need to, the I don't know, pumpkin-looking blossoms that you need to jump off of, and it's like if you hit one correctly, it lines you up immediately for the next one, and you're just like boop boop boop, like it basically it launches you into the perfect, correct position. I was honestly confused by the people who thought that like the platforming was the hard part about Hunter's March. For me, the hard part about Hunter's March is just like if you go there early, things have more health than everything that you've been dealing with up to that point, and you know, their movesets are non-trivial, so it can mess you up. I also didn't have Chakra for the gank, and that made me sad, because she really helps with that gauntlet room. Okay, Bellheart, because we need twig guys, and we need spearfishers, and those are in the same room. Where the heck was that spearfisher? It's usually right below here. Oh, there's a twig right here? That one? Okay, let's just go to the next room over. There's got to be a... Yeah, literally everything is void touch. There's got to be a... Still counts. Alright, we got to have a soul mass somewhere in this room. There it is. And now we hop out to reset everything. Then go back the other way. What order are these in? Looking for... You know what? Just keep going until it triggers. Stop at bench. You know what? Refill silk. Why not? Oh wait, we gotta do the stick bug. Back the other way. Yes, Amy, this is thrilling, isn't it? Truly the greatest moments in game completionism are when you're just running around checking off make work. Some of these numbers make sense. Some of them are just kind of, I don't know, annoying. I guess this one would have been pretty trivial if I had actually like killed these spearfishers whenever I went by. This stick bug one would have been very trivial. Because there's one up top that I ran past so many times on my way to Sister Splinter. All right, I need the numbers. Okay. Wait. What's the difference between these two? Okay, I only need 2 more pond catchers. Oh, the one is the one that, like, runs forward and, like, waves its head at you. Okay. Hey.
Ah, Sakra Sila.
Yanara.
Hehe, Tosko Kel. Ah, Menoso. Ah, Menoso.
Yeah, man, you're a monster. You're like you're devastating with that thing. Okay, and I guess this one doesn't spawn while he's in the room. And I assume Seth is still, yeah, he's gonna be here until we bench. All right, that was the wrong type. Is this one always that one? It is feeling like it. Ow. there's still one down here. Oh, no, there is... a void mass made out of a bunch of them. There we go. Okay. Pond catcher's done. Barn axe. And these things. Barnack easy. I think we needed 6 of these, so that should be... was that 3 or 4? Go. And then these awful things, which might be easier to get to from this side because they are here. So yeah, we can just drop. Yeah, it's a bit awful. Oh, no, I did such a clean drop. Still counts. Leave it to me to get hit twice by the same thing. Yeah, all the way down. And then up. And through here. Yeah, here we go. And then I start getting paranoid about getting caught again. Done. Get away from these horrid things. Oh, roach keepers. Okay, so roach keepers, we gotta go over to Sinner's Road, which is a huge pain in the ass to get to from this side, so... There's a thing in bile water you wouldn't think to attack. That just doesn't sound true. I attack everything. Especially in bile water. Okay, this is gonna be slightly annoying. Man, you're being aggressive. Okay, there's two over on this side. Actually, the good part is that there's a bunch of these. The bad part is that if we miss our jumps, we need to deal with roach dogs. Oh god. Awful. Okay, out come the flies. Okay, that one's not there for some reason. At least when they're not voided, they go down pretty fast. No, I missed. What a terrible turn of events. Ah, that's not... And get the other side. How many of these did I need? Where are they? Big roach keepers. Two more. Okay, one more lap and we're good on this. Bounce. Are you gonna be... Alright. Thank you for being cooperative. Quick hop and float. Done. Alright. A thing in bile water, you wouldn't think of it. I guess, okay. Well, let's just zip over to bile water then. Oh, anti-pogo hats. I thought you said anti-pope hats. I'm like, I don't know if that's like an anti-pope hat. Because the anti-pope just like... just wears a normal pope hat. This whole area is just full of those mosquitoes. It's not these things. 'Cause I killed those lots of times. Like, it's obviously not going to be the Stiltkin, or the trappers that hop out. It's not Spit Squits. It's not Duct Suckers. It's not the little floaters. We're just gonna throw out cogflies and see what cogflies kill. And I needed you to have one more hit point. Yeah, no, we ain't doing that. Not them. You know, I just can't even think of what things are even, because what's here? You got two type of Stiltkin. You've got the ground-based poison bugs. You got the floating poison bugs. You've got the giant roaches. You've got the little white floaters. I have no idea what's even like. It's got to be something that's not common and is in one of the out-of-the-way places. Because otherwise I would have come across it organically. There's nothing special over in the area where the twisted bud was. Was there anything unusual over in the weave nest? I think there was just the little, like, lamp guys. It's not going to be the thieves, because those are the same regardless of what area you fight them in. That's just Stilkin up there. That's where we are right now. So where Chakra was, and now there was a bead, a rosary collector. That's the hopping roaches. Breeding pit. That was a flea. That's Chakra's master, so that area is empty. That area I've done like 200 times. I don't really take this route. It's over there. That's just for coming down. Where am I? I'm right there. Is it the trap balls? That's the only thing I can think of, would be that if you keep hitting the spike balls for the traps, they eventually break. That doesn't even make sense. How do you even do that? Okay, so no. All right. So basically, you either get that one by accident by using an AoE close enough to the water. That... Okay. Oh, easy.
Era!
Hello. Okay, there should be another one over here. There he is. And that was all we needed for them. Okay. Farlids, Chargerlards, they're in specific places and they don't respawn. No clue. Last Judge, Corals, Driznets. We finished these. That's in between two bosses. That's a secret boss. Out in Sands of Karak. Where the heck would that even be? Okay, that's the crust nut. And that's the... I don't think it would be there. That could be breakable and be like a long hallway. Or there. Or there. These are... Okay, which one's the easiest to check? Okay, so just go out to Blasted Steps and get up to Sands of Karak. Okay, they don't want to come. Come on, you're bell beasts. How can you not come fetch me in the Belvane? Like, it's your home. Okay. All right. I guess just work backwards along this left branch to start. Don't see anything there. God damn it. I hate those things. I hate those things so much. Okay. This is where the memory locket was. Now we're back at the beginning. Okay. Oh. Oh, hey, it regrows. I don't think there. Save ourselves some of the platforming and also heal because we got cornered by Cone Guy.
Ada!
I am gonna look it up because this is becoming tedious. It was near Bolt. Huh. That's irritating. Amy, I have a little bit of your fluff, like, on my nose and I can't get it off. Dick move, bro. Oof. Amy, you're... No! Alright, can I run out? This run back is awful. Maybe like 5% less bad? No, because if you go from Pinstras's house, you still need to go all the way to here and then double back. Okay. Tax seemed to be of middling value against him. Which would mean our next best would be Curvesicle. And maybe swap Threadstorm for... I'm bad with the timing on Cross Stitch. Pale Nails. I'm kind of just done with bosses that block. Like, I just redid Seth and Carmelita and Lost Lace. I'm kinda... I don't have a ton of patience for blocking bosses at the moment. And I can barely see him. Okay, he can come into the hallway. Nah, I'm not gonna... We're gonna move on. The hunt has become tedious and that boss does not seem terribly interesting. So we're gonna do what we said we would do in the... before I left, which is back to... Oh, what do we call this? I'm just gonna call it no, it's not my first playthrough. To answer the most frequently asked question. Which save are we on? I think this one? What were we doing? Not collecting masks is what we were not doing. Or not collecting maps. Okay. Where were we headed? Well, so we've got 2 watchers left. We have stock masks. We've got 2 shards, 1 vessel fragment. Oh, and our dream nail needs to be powered up. We do have a simple key. We've got lots of rancid eggs. We have the lantern, the claw, and the cloak. Oh, we were headed to get double jump. So we were at Queen Station to go through Mantis Village. Oh man, it Oh, it controls different. I don't have double jump. It feels so floaty in comparison. Fortunately, enemies are all Goombas, so... Oh, that feels terrible. Can we drop down? Yeah, we can drop down that side. No, this does not go where we want it to go. Hey, since Mantisai, since we're BFFs now, do you think you could, like, retract the spikes? Actually, we should stop at the bench. Hmm. Okay, no, it's just in... Yeah, it's just in this room. Ugh. Okay. Drop down. Through the big gate. That... can we get that right now? Or is that one of the ones that you get, like, way later? Yeah, you come... I'm just trying to remember what... You drop down to it, but... Yeah, if I recall, it's actually a pretty circuitous route. Or no, or is that the one that you've got to, like, you do this pogo? I don't remember. My memory of this whole area is bad. And I'm getting caught on every little thing. How did that count? Okay, we go up, over, down this far side and out. Then down. Wrong button. Okay, not this side. Hey Emily, things are going. They're going about as well as they can. You know. Okay. Nope. That's. Yeah. I'm getting by. All right. This drops us down into the spot, which is where we want to be. Hey. They do wonders for weary legs. Okay, now we go to the right. And then... No. We want to go back up and keep going to the right. Otherwise, we drop down. This drops us down into Nosk's lair, doesn't it? Oh. I mean, I did do a terrible job at it, so... This is just a mask fragment. If I get it now, then I don't have to come back. It might be a vessel yeah, it might be a vessel fragment. If I get it now, I don't need to come back, but I've also only got 2 masks. No, I need to go up that switch back there. Now we drop there. That's our exit. There we go. Insert the tram pass. How are things going? I think things are going fine. The funeral was nice. It was, you know, good to see family again. Even if it was under exhausting circumstances. Okay. Now we want to go our way to the... Okay, that's the fountain over there. Yeah, Grandpa was... I mean, he was 91. So, you know... This was not exactly a surprise, and we've been, you know, anticipating it for a while, but still. Okay, it's to the left here. Yeah, here's our bench that we use for it. Oh, can I not get it? I need to do Crystal Peaks first, don't I? Because I can't pogo across these ones, can I? It helps if I at least try. Oh, wait, no, I can. Okay, so... tedious but doable. Okay, can't pogo up that, though. Okay, so no, you do need, yeah, so we do need Super Dash, so we do need to go up to Crystal Peaks. Okay. Well, What can we get in Ancient Basin while we're here? You know, it's still wild to me. Like, okay, the Needle Inn is so much better for the simple reason that, like, that feels really bad. Like, that does not feel like a thing you should be doing to people, as opposed to just kind of like playing some music and them singing their thoughts, right? Oh, right. We can't get up there without double jump, which makes sense because this is the double jump area. It's down. This just goes down to the door to the abyss, right? And there's not really anything down here until you've got, yeah. Okay, Crystal Peaks. it feels simultaneously more like tight and less responsive. It didn't feel this sort of like challenging to control last time we were playing. I think there's just something about the intensity of like doing the speed run and doing like all of the act 3 bosses like one after another that's sort of throwing me off here. Okay, this puts us on... Alright, pogo on any spikes? Yeah, pogo on any spikes. Is doing the hive right now would just kind of be an exercise in, you know what? Screw it. We're here. The fact that these bees take us like 3 hits right now is kind of brutal. Very, hey, you shouldn't be here. Also, we can't get any farther without double jump. Okay, never. That's I guess an easy. I mean, we could probably lure an enemy and pogo up there to sequence break, but... I want my diagonal pogo. I want my... I want my claw line. Oh, that... Bee, I need you to get out of the way. Also, even without Ascendance Grip, Hornet grabs ledges for slightly longer before she starts sliding, and the knight is just like instantly going down. Oh, god damn. Wait, no. This is... That's acid. We can't get through the acid yet. Oh, wait. But can we get the thing to get through the acid? I think we can get that now? Well, we can't get across that. That was a very poor reward for our decision to, like, dash across a pool of acid. Okay, back into this central chamber. We just need to get to a stagway. And there isn't one out here. So we need to go back up into City of Tears, which means we need to climb. No! Cornifer, why are you still here? Also, that did not go where I thought it would. Or rather, that was not as grabbable as it looked. I have the map for Kingdom's Edge. There's no reason for me to go talk to Cornifer. He has nothing for me. But also, I've already bought the map. I don't know why he's still here. I thought I was going to be so slick and, like, grab and hop up before it could get me. But then, for some reason, why is this not... What is going on here? There we go. I want double jump so bad. Oh. just gonna go out the door and reset that guy. No, okay. Jump. Hop. Dash. Silksong is just, it's okay. So I want to be really diplomatic about this. I think Silksong is significantly better than Hollow Knight. However, I think Silksong is significantly better than Hollow Knight because Silksong spent 7 years cooking as a unified, cohesive project by a team that knew they could do it because they had done it once before and was only under the like abstract social pressure of like people waiting, as opposed to the like immediate pressure of like, we have Kickstarter backers that we cannot disappoint. So the combination of like experience, different, the combination of experience and different constraints, I think leads to Silksong being a better game. Yeah. So you cannot divorce Silksong from the context of like they had already made Hollow Knight. We came out here to back route into... We don't need to back route into Crystal Peaks. We can. We don't really need to. Yeah, like it's hard to... Okay, the really, really, really big thing... Let's just go to Dirtmouth. The really, really big thing with the difference in the production of the two is financial. Like, at the end of the day, you know, Hollow Knight was being made off of a ultimately like fairly modest Kickstarter backing, in the scheme of things, you know, 60,000 Australian dollars, plus like personal financing, like just self-financing, and then early access sales, right? Now granted, like that wasn't like nothing, like it was a popular Kickstarter, but 60,000 is not unlimited funds by any means. And they did well, with like pre-orders and whatnot, but like Hollow Knight's growth really took years. It took years for it to sort of like the thing that made like really the thing that sort of makes Hollow Knight special, and the thing that made Silksong kind of possible out of that, is that like Hollow Knight was successful and then it just stayed successful for a really long time. Like the really sort of unique thing about it was that it just kind of kept gathering more and more fans, and it kept selling more and more copies year after year after year. It didn't come out the gate as like a massive like blockbuster. It was a bit of a slow burn. Now granted that it not like sort of like underground cult status, like it came out modestly successful, and then it stayed modestly successful forever. And if you stay modestly successful forever, then like so that completely changed the financial environment that Silksong was being able to be made under, because like there was just no longer this like financial pressure of like, well, we got to get this out because like we got to sell the next game in order to pay the bills. Hollow Knight was just continuing to pay the bills because of the way that it wound up selling, and it did like overall, like it sold like very well over time. And then the wild thing, this is the wild thing about it, is I did a little bit of math. Okay. So Silksong has sold 6 million copies. 6? Was it 5 or 6? Five. So, okay. So Hollow Knight sold 15 million copies over 8 years. Silksong is at about 6 million across all platforms and 3 million on Steam in the first 3 days alone. Okay. So those are the reports. So 3 million on Steam. But so you take it and this is the thing. Okay, so Silksong sold a lot of copies spread out over years, almost a decade. Or Hollow Knight sold 50 million, a lot of copies over almost a decade. And then Silksong comes out and sells just millions of copies in a couple weeks. And you think about it, that it's like, okay, 6 million times $20. Let's just take it's like, as you see on the calculator. No, you don't see on the calculator. The calculator's behind me. So that's a lot of Tim Tams. All right. But then, you know what? Let's just take Nintendo's cut. Okay. So Team Cherry's take home. It's a lot of Tim Tams. It's a lot of it's like no matter what level of success I have achieved in my life, I simply cannot comprehend that it's like, okay, you made a lot of money over the course of several years. Hollow Knight made enough money slowly that your personal financial worries as a starving artist just kind of disappeared. You achieved financial security. You felt safe in whatever you're doing and felt safe to just make the game that you wanted to make. And then it came out and all of a sudden you've got $15 million in your account. And even if the thing is even if you're more conservative with those numbers, even if it's a fifth of that, yeah, a lot of people ultimately a lot of people were had touched Silksong. Right, over. So Team Cherry is officially 3 people. And so actually, so here's the thing, is that those numbers there, so that 15 million is okay, that assumes that the composer, whose name just suddenly, I had it 30 seconds ago. So that assumes that he's an equal share. So Team Cherry is officially 3 people. Christopher Larkin. So yeah, Team Cherry is officially 3 people with Christopher Larkin as he's his own thing, but he's kind of core. He's just not part of Team Cherry. And then everyone else was basically a service provider. Right. So a bunch of the localizations. So the most single hands on Silksong are in the localizations, and about half of those, I think about 2/3 of those, were done by hiring out a company that does localizations. So they did they did a bunch of languages kind of like all at the same time. So you contract that out. And so the thing is that like just above the line and below the line exist in games as well. Like the companies that were hired out to do the localizations, they didn't get points, right? They did service work. They were hired to produce a manuscript in another language, and they delivered that. So in terms of like above the line, and the thing is that like, how many ways can you split $60 million? Like, just you can split it so many ways, and it's still just like completely reality warping. Like, just alters everything about what you thought of your existence up to that point. Like, it's got to be what those three are going through right now has to be just like utterly surreal. I think somebody in chat said, yeah. So it must feel surreal, like just utterly surreal. I cannot comprehend it. I can just comprehend that it must be bizarre. Now, fortunately, I guess that's the thing, is fortunately it's not notch money. It is not money that allows it, and this is maybe like, it is not quite an amount of money that allows you to like truly destroy your life. It just, yeah, I think you got to and I think the Team Cherry guys, I think they're in that Concerned Ape. They're more cut out of the Concerned Ape cloth than they are out of the Notch cloth. Because like Notch, the thing is that like he got his success and he immediately was just like getting in front of every microphone he could, getting in front of every journalist he could, throwing parties. And the fact that the Team Cherry guys seem predisposed to spend their time making more video game. Yeah, you just keep doing the thing with the knowledge that you don't have to worry about things anymore. Exactly. But still, it must be just like absolutely surreal that. And I mentioned this actually in the Silk posting panel, right? That like that Hollow Knight grew over a length of time where like you don't really comprehend it in this way, but like Hollow Knight is as a media property is worth tens of millions of dollars. And you don't really think of like, I can basically guarantee that the Team Cherry, that the three of them do not conceptualize themselves as like, oh yeah, we are the like managers, we are responsible for a multi-million-dollar property. We own a multi-million-dollar company. It's like, no, we make indie games. When do I unlock Sprint? I feel like this is a little early for infected Crossroads. Does the Crossroads really get infected after beating Soul Sanctum? God, I hate this. I do not like infected Crossroads. Any Dreamer. Okay. Or Broken Vessel. Alright, so maybe I shouldn't Maybe I should have just unlocked the quick travel. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, you can no longer fight things in Crossroads. It's so fun and cool. Next one down. And now you explode. Alright, we're just not going to go down there. We're just not going to... No. Yeah, we're just going to ignore what's happening down there. And we're just never going to find out. This room freaked me out so bad the first time I came in here because you can hear those two down there, right? But you can't see them if you come in without the lantern. Yeah, that's our shortcut from down there. I'm trying to remember if there's something to grab down there. No! Watch the conveyor belt direction, Dan. Now you're dead. Have I okay, good. I did rest at a bench. hate those. They're just so viciously unenjoyable. I cheesed Grohl the second time through in the exact same way I cheesed him the first. I put on the Wisp Fire Lantern, and I hugged underneath the under the doorway, and then you just sit there. No. I don't remember where I'm going at all. Oh, right. Y'all do that. Is this the upper area of the bench room? Oh, an egg. Okay. There's the bench. Okay. I have like a vague sense of where I am. So Crystal Guardian is kind of above me and to the right. Not... Yeah, so we came... Go this... Nope. Little too... Okay. God, that's hard to get onto. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Hey, Blue SR. You're... Well, thank you. Yeah, we're doing well. I managed to beat both of the Silksong speedrun achievements. I only needed to reset. I only needed to roll back my my checkpoints a bunch of times, but all in all, it only took me 5 runs for the. Actually, here I want to show you my times. I want to show you my splits. If you got 30 seconds. So there was my splits for the 5 hour is we got it. The only one in here that I'm actually proud of is my 9-minute widow. Cuz I cut that down from 35 and the others are like perfectly cromulent, I guess. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Well, thanks. Well, I needed, yeah, I made it for the speed run, for the achievement run, largely just because I needed to keep track of like whether or not I was doing any good. Right? Like I needed a sense of like, I didn't want to just like get to the Citadel and be like, okay, I have some time left. I needed a good sense, like, you know, I didn't want to be 4 hours deep and then realize, like, I mean, you can see my first one here, like, hitting Act 2 at 4 hours and 9 minutes and continuing onward through the cog melody is just like continuing onward after it takes you 58 minutes to get past Last Judge. That's cope. That next split, that's cope. So I was like, yeah, I needed something to compare it to. I needed to know kind of how I was doing, and yeah, the all in all, it's a 5 hours is very permissive, but you do need to do it clean. I think that's the big thing, is you do need to do it clean. Because it only works out to about, you've only got about 22 minutes per segment if you go get the Fey Down Cloak, which I needed because I had to shut off Claw Maidens in order to get through the forum. But yeah, have a plan, have a route, and just do it clean. The flexibility in the route is actually like, it's really impressive. Like I think 5 hours was like a really, really good target for the achievement, because like you can be bad at it like me and still get it, as long as you've got a plan and you just kind of like, you know, you're not overly concentrating stuff into segments that you're gonna inevitably end up with a few segments that are just really long, because you know the route to getting the claw line is just always going to be long regardless of which path you take. So that one was one of the biggest challenges, because I whiffed it so hard once. But yeah. You know, it's very doable, as long as you're not as long as you're not getting stuck on Moorwing for an hour and a half, or on Trobio for 2 hours, you'll be fine. Yeah, I wound up doing fleas. I wound up backing out and doing fleas because I'm like, I'm not fighting Moorwing. I never really learned how to fight him because I was my first playthrough. I was playing so completionist that I had already moved to the flea caravan. So like I saw him once. I fought him once and was like, okay, I'll just come back later. And I went and did other stuff and did too much and moved to the flea caravan. And so when I finally fought him in his second position, I just annihilated him because I had, you know, 9 masks and hive steel needle. And so I just never learned how to actually fight him. And so I got stalled on him during the speed run version, as though it was the first time actually fighting him. And yeah, it didn't go well. So I routed around him. How many masks you get by the end of the 5-hour achievement run? I did it with 5, and then once I was done, after I completed it and I was working on like I did a write-up. I've got a write-up on Steam of the route that I did, though I've adjusted it a bit in order to pick up 4 mask shards and a couple more spool shards. Like they don't really swing it, but I would think, based on my because the thing about Lace 2 and Grandmother is they're far from the hardest bosses in the game, but doing them with 5 masks was just like there was no room for error. I would actually say that, like, and I think chat, those of you who watched both, I think I had more trouble with doing Grandmother with 5 masks than I did doing it with the curse. 5 mask form would be the scariest part. It was. I wound up changing the route several times. In fact, the whole concept of my route really was just that, like, everybody else was just like, oh yeah, just like blast through this stuff, go through the mist, go through the exhaust organ. And I'm like, they're skipping all of these things. They're skipping tools. They're not picking up craft metal. And I'm just like, I can't do it. I can't do, I was just like, there's no way I'm getting through half of these gauntlets if I don't have Threadstorm. And there's no way I'm getting Threadstorm if I don't have like tools to use on the Craw gauntlet. And so that was the reason why I like started my route in the first place, was to like go get those things, and really with an eye towards like, what am I going to need for the forum? And so this one here, so this here, so the green are duplicated from a previous run. So run 5 here, I you can see, oh God. So Fade Down Cloak. So run 4, Fade Down Cloak took me an hour and 8 minutes, and then the Conductor Melody took me an hour and 31. And so what that is I spent a bunch of time working on the forum, and I couldn't do it. So I went and got the Fade Down Cloak. So I did about 36. Well, I rolled back at one point. I don't remember. Probably about an hour. I spent about an hour working on the forum. And I was just like, I need to shut off Claw Maidens. The Claw Maidens were just causing me so many problems. So I went, got the cloak, purely to shut off the Claw Maidens. And then even with the cloak and with no Claw Maidens, it still took me another hour and a half to get that to get the forum down on that run. And then, you know, you can see here I had 17 minutes to spare. And so I eventually was just like, no, this is untenable. So I duplicated the save file, rolled it back to the cog melody, went straight to the cloak, 22 minutes, and then with the practice from this like hour and a half. So ultimately I spent about 2 hours working on the forum, and then I was able to get it in only 19 minutes on the next attempt. But like, you may have accidentally unleashed a phenomenon of gimmick in character Twitch and Twitter accounts posing as Silksong characters. Oh, is that why Hornet the Shaw popped in earlier and yelled Shaw and left? That's pretty funny. Yeah, there's a ton of room for picking up extra power. The really, I think for a casual player who wants to get the 5-hour run, the balancing act is like room for picking up power versus how efficient you're going to be at picking that up, because a bunch of it is non-trivial, right? Like I do think I do think the thing that I would add to my route is maybe Polyp Pouch. So I added 4 masks, and I think if I were gonna make like a third draft of it, I would add Polyp Pouch in. That's, I think, the one other thing in terms of like, it's not gonna take too long to get. You're probably not gonna die too many times trying to do it, and the return for that time. So like the big thing with like masks, it's like, oh, go get more masks. The big thing with masks is that like 3 mask shards isn't worth anything. They're like, getting mask shards isn't worth anything unless you finish a mask. So it's like routing for 4 was pretty easy. Routing for 7 wasn't too much harder. Routing for 8 shards is like, you're starting to needing to like go like pretty far out of your way, or you're needing to like do quests that take you kind of like off path, or have you do specific things that just like, take a bunch of time. And so that's the thing, like the 5 hours is like permissive, but if you're not like, if you're not a player who can just like go in and one shot a boss, like if you're gonna need 2-3 attempts in order to get through, you know, most of these bosses, then like you don't have like all the time in the world to just kind of like wander off. So like I think the really good example here would be the fractured mask, right? If you've only got 5 masks, the fractured mask is massive value because that's a whole mask for only like farming up a bunch of rosaries. But you either need to like route it in where you're backing up and then going through Hunter's March, which I do have a point where like, and like, because keep in mind you got to do the mini boss. The mini boss isn't too hard. Like the mini boss is easy once you've got Swift Step. You got to do the mini boss, then you've got to do the gank fight, and you probably don't have Chakra there because you can't. You just can't afford her maps because you're going through things so fast. You don't have her help, so you've got to do that fight, and that fight sucks. And then the mask itself is pretty expensive. So it's the kind of thing where like really, really high return, but it's also like pretty time, like potential, like you probably gotta reset that checkpoint like a bunch of times to get it in like a reasonable amount of time, because like there's a bunch of non-trivial stuff if you're not like if you're just kind of a mid player like I am. So that's why I didn't go for that, for the fractured mask despite its value. I was just like, it's too much to acquire it to the point. Yeah. I think Chakra shows up if you haven't been to Shellwood or Greymore. Okay, so you gotta... Because, yeah, I think I did it... I did that area after... I think after I got Poofy Dress originally. You could route it in... Yeah, you could route it in post Swift Step on the way to Farfields, because you're already kind of backing up to the entrance of the other thing. I guess the other place that I would... No, you couldn't fit it in with Flea 5. I guess you just fit in Flea 5 earlier because you really want Chakra there. You could... Yeah, okay. This is viable. So you route for Chakra to have... Like, you route specifically so that you're going there when she's going to help with that fight. So basically after Swift Step, I would probably... So in my route, I would... Okay, the issues, you gotta get the cash, because it's like 350 or something, 400 rosaries. How many beads is the uh come on, Wiki, where is the... 260. Okay, it's cheaper than my memory feels. So 260, but 260 is not nothing, but it's also like that's doable. Okay, so you go spend a couple more minutes farming out by the Marrow in order to get that, cuz you can't get it from selling relics in Bellheart, because then you wouldn't get Chakra. So you get Swift Step. You go do some farm. So basically, like, I've already got a farming little bit in order to go pick up Magnetite Brooch and Craft Metal, kind of like right after you get Swift Step. So if like right then, just add a few more laps to get another 260. Go back to Deep Docks, buy tools from the Craft Maiden, then just go out, up, through, then you'd have the fractured mask for basically like 4/5 of the run at that point. Yeah, there's actually like that's actually a really good point. There are a lot of rosaries in Hunter's March. So yeah, no, I think that would be yeah. Yeah. Cuz even just thinking about it, like my I mean, part of the reason why I felt fine adding 4 mask shards into the route is that just looking at my like lace 2 and grandmother failures, the number of them where I had them like to the wire and just one more hit point would have saved me. If I like, yeah, no, like the number of attempts that grandmother would have taken if I had like even just like if I'd had the fractured mask, probably cut in half. Yeah. The thing that I found really wild, was the number of routes. You know what? Let's just pull up the map. The okay, this blew my mind as I was looking through people's routes. Is the number of routes that go and get this craft metal down here, where you've got to fight the like explosive guys instead of like, and they while walking past the craft metal here that's literally just lying on the floor. It's like, I'm like, why? What are you? Did you just forget? And it's like, I sort of get it in the sense that like it. Okay, you're not picking up very many tools, and so you're gonna go get the warding bell just purely because like it's right next to where you're going anyway, and a tool is better than no tool. And it's like, okay, you're already there, but you're also like you go right past this one multiple times, or at the very like minimum once, just because like that's the route from the Bell Beast down to Deep Docks is just across. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. So I wound up, it's like buying the one from Bone Bottom, getting this one. Those are the two that I put on my route for spike traps and cogflies. And even the spike trap, like spike traps, I feel like you could get away with not getting, but I really wanted them because it's like I need Threadstorm and I need spike traps to get through the Craw Gauntlet. So that was my train of thought. Where the hell am I? Is this where I want to be? No, this is the drop down into resting grounds. I need to back up. I'm going the wrong way. I'm screwed. Right, again. Ugh. Tapping circle casts a spell. I completely ignored red tools since no upgrades to route in. Well, I routed in the one upgrade that you can just buy. So the things. So it's like I farmed up cash and then picked up more cash on the way down to Bone Bottom in order to get magnetite brooch, the 60 rosary craft metal, and then spike traps and the tool upgrade from Craft Maiden. So those were the main things those were the only things that I was like, okay, like do some farming in order to get these, purely for the fact that like you want to have them earlier than getting to Bellheart. But yeah, and like it wouldn't be too hard to route in a couple more crafting kits. I did. Crafting kits are so important. Make tools remote. I think tools are worthwhile. I would argue that they're worthwhile even without it, just because like they, particularly cogflies, even if you're not getting like the kind of value that you get out of them when you've got them, you know, like fully upgraded and polyp pouch. Cogflies are just like they're zero cognitive load. They're a bunch of damage that you get in exchange for basically zero cognitive load, and that definitely saved me on a couple of the harder bosses, the couple of the trickier bosses, just helping kind of cinch that. But I did have the one tool upgrade. Okay, I need to. All right, 1 point of healing. We're gonna be cowards. Oh, hey, you respawn. That's actually really convenient. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. The 5 hour was a lot of fun, and then the 30 hour was also fun, but it was also just a lot less routing. Like, it turns out that the 30 hours is kind of ridiculously permissive. I don't want to say ridiculously permissive. It basically amounts to like have something resembling a plan and or a map. Missed. I'm no good with these. Ow. And that's not going to despawn. Yeah, don't get stuck on Lost Lace for 10 hours. I mean, the nice thing, like, okay, the really good thing there is that as long as you do everything... No! Not what I want. Okay, I guess we're going back down to the resting grounds. No, we're just gonna save warp back up top. You could probably close out Act 2 in as much as 20 hours and still get the 30 hours without 2. That's basically what I did, is I closed out Act 2 in 19 hours, kind of all told. And that was like a very, very inefficient sort of like run around and gather everything. Because I took my 5-hour save, and then I was like, oh, let's just go around and get things. And I kept forgetting stuff. Like I had to go back to Mount Fae like 3 times because I went and got the mask shard and completely forgot to get the flea. That's right nearby. So just things like that. So like I had a really inefficient path through the like gather everything phase. But so with Lost Lace, the benefit that you get, like if you do things in a good order, and you basically like, if you're at 99% when you go into the memory, then you're at 100% when you come out, and getting the Everbloom is a checkpoint. So as long as you've got like a couple hours left on your checkpoint, like a couple hours left, as long as you're at like 28 hours or something like that, when you finish that, you can head straight for Lace, and that gives you like 2 hours of attempts per sort of need to roll back. Yeah. I was worried about flea juggle, and then I nailed it first try. I was just like, I found the zone. I found the zone, and I just slipped right into it, and it went like flawlessly. And then I got stuck, and then I spent way too long on flea dodge. Flea dodge was my it turns out flea dodge was my bane this time around. The most different the hardest, the surprise, the biggest sort of surprise challenge for me the second time around, or like in the 5-hour, was Lace 2, because so many of her abilities visually resemble Lost Lace abilities, but they function just ever so slightly differently. The first time that she did her like diagonal jump and then turned around and came back for me because I was behind her, I was not a happy camper. Ended up doing flea juggling on Shaman of all things. I wound up doing it on Shaman my first time, and then I one shot it with Hunter the second time around. I was locked in. Okay. Let's try not to just sit on the pause screen indefinitely. Do you think Silksong will win Game of the Year? Probably. Yeah. I think I still need to play Expedition 33. I would say, for me personally, like, okay, so sort of the general consensus that I'm seeing around is that the competition is Expedition 33, Silksong, and Hades 2. I really like Hades 2. I think Hades 2 is a great game. I think it's fantastic. I think there are a couple fumbles in the execution that, specifically because of like where they fit, like where they land, like where they happen, changes the way that people feel about it, in a way that I think gives the edge to Silksong. Also, I mean, but granted, like I'm obsessed. I've become obsessed with Silksong. I have become truly obsessed with Silksong, as evidenced by the fact that like I'm finishing off achievements and doing the casual speed runs. So yeah, no, I think I do want to play Expedition 33 before the end of the year, just purely because, like, you know, if I'm hearing that, like, the competition is stiff this year, so I really wanna check it out. Okay. No, that goes. So I want to go up from here. The wall grab is so different. Like, it's just so slightly different in a way that is just screwing me up. All right, reset them. This is the route after you come down, you open that. Okay, right. This is the later route. Before we can do that, we need to go get just bodied by miners. Okay. Can't go up here, so I need to go back across. And then we go up this side, yes. Oh, right. You need to change the way that you're holding the controller. All right. Enjoy your doomed, awful existence. No. Dan, what are you doing? No. Oh, excuse me. This is gonna be awful. Sure, what's your question, TKO, TWO? This is terrible. This doesn't even feel doable. I'm gonna need to damage boost through it. Dun, 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 dun. The fact that I don't get a heal back is annoying. One, two, three, four, five. Target fixation. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cocoon spoiled me. Cocoon's so good. Like, I get how they use the I get how they use the shade thematically, right? Like, I don't want to discount that. But needing to fight your ghost to get your money back and the rest of your soul vessel back. It just feels so bad in comparison. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, I'm gonna dodge away, and I'm gonna just stand in it. It's over there again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and... One and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and... 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and... Oh, god damn it! Now I'm just like off. There's a very likely chance. Oh, alright. We do the cowardly thing. Did you have an ice cream and cookie today? No. No, I have to cut down on my sugar. And I ate way too much junk food at the funeral, so... No ice cream, no cookies today. Man, I could go for a cookie though. Cookie does sound good. A snack sounds good in general. Falling off of that sounds great. I'm doing spectacular. If I had a cocoon with a heal waiting for me, I would be inclined to push through that. But I don't, so I'm not going to. No! All my hard work undone. You know what? I'll give them this. At least those deflecting their pickaxes seems to be like arcs immediately towards them. Okay. I want to get some soul off of the big beetle. but we run the risk of falling down. And if we fall down, we need to do like 3 fights to get back up. I don't like this area. I don't know why I tried to go that way. Now I'm down masks again, and I need to get... Oh. No! I hate this little... that divot there. Okay. We can heal our mistake back. There we go. Mistake undone. Follow these. And get safe. That went good. All right. Now I think we go down to get to... This is an accidental no map run. That was perfectly timed to get just, like, smashed. I hate that one that if you like touch the top there, it like pinches you on the way back up. Is this even the way to unlock that gate? I think it is, but I don't remember. God. It cannot be overstated the degree to which cocoons incentivize trying. Like, I think that's one of the big lessons that I'm taking away from all of this, is the way that, oh, God, that was bad, is the way that the shade, like, really disincentivized trying. In fact, it, like, punishes you for trying, not just in the fact that, like, you now need to go get it, but that getting it is in and of itself, like, risky. Okay, let's see if we can get through this one instead.
no cucina. Chocolate, che è this?
And we can't get across there without dash. We can't get up there without double jump. Okay, but this puts us on this side. What the heck am I doing? Just jump down, reset. Okay. I can walk past the boss. And open this back route first, right? Yes. Okay, but do I have... Yeah, and that's shut off. So now... Yeah, okay, okay. Man, I feel like I'm hitting the limits of where my Skong skills can take me. And soon I'm gonna have to, like, equip charms and stuff. Alright, you gotta dash. You gotta dash. You gotta dash is the other button, Dan. Yeah, Hollow Knight is super stingy with benches. What am I getting? I don't even know what I'm getting blasted by. I'm just gonna... We unlocked the bench. Let's go sit at the bench. Hello, bench. Welcome back. Yeah, you pay for the benches in... I think a thing with paying for benches in Hollow Knight, and I'll definitely concede this, is that I have never really... After the first, like, hour... I guess unless you're losing your shade, like, kinda regularly... It's hard to not have enough cash for benches and whatnot. So like, and with proportionally, benches cost a lot less geo than they cost rosaries in Silksong. Okay, that's where we return from the surface. Right, and this is actually the path up to the surface. We don't go this way yet. Well, we can't. We don't have double jump. Ow, ow. Bait. Bait. God. Oh, this... Wait, you can deflect those? That changes a few things. Never paying for the first marrow bench again? Yeah. Yeah, that one's bait. Where the heck am I Let's go all the way down and try paths off to the right. Try this path. Yeah, here we go. This looks like where we want to be, and I can tell it looks like where we want to be because there's a giant sign. I'm really good at video games. There we go. Crystal Heart. I do miss bind as an action. Hello, Amy. How are you? Are the big hanging bugs constructs or ancient bugs? I don't know. Probably ancient bugs. They like to have a lot of like giant ancient bugs in places, but some of them are also statues and some of them are constructs. Yes, Amy. Oh, you're so pretty. Are you just coming because you're like, hey, so I got fed 15 minutes early for lunch, which means that it is now a half hour before. The way that she just so defiantly like walked around to stare at me like that. Amazing. You're an amazing cat. Okay, L2. Ah. Okay. Yeah, just straight across, up. I was so surprised Silksong never had. I was expecting the flea mimic at any moment. I believe this has a couple interruptions along the way. Like we hit a... Yeah, we hit that. No! Ah. There's stuff to pick up along the way, but I don't remember what. Finding grubs is more exciting. Not having guaranteed rewards makes me hesitant to the caravan. I don't know. Because, like... Okay. I should say, okay. Yes. Not knowing if you're going to get a reward or not would disincentivize checking the caravan. The big thing with the flea caravan, in contrast, is that most of the rewards from Grubfather are just kind of like suck. But that said, like, would it have been worse? Like, can I say in all honesty that it would have been worse if Mushka was just giving you, like, frayed rosary strings or something? All right, so with that, we can go get double jump. But to get back down there is a huge pain in the ass. And it is probably best to just go to City of Tears, Stagway, and then go down. You gotta go through the B area. Then we don't need to navigate Deep Nest. I should buy a quill. Let's go check Grubfather. And then I should go have dinner, cause yeah. Yeah, no, we're gonna ignore you. Man, I regret doing a dreamer. That's a decent number. Yeah, shower me with stuff, you filthy pervert. Hey, a mask fragment. Yeah, you know, it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue with if you're going to compare Mushka to Grubfather in this regard. This is pretty hard to argue against. Man, I got a decent number of them. No, it had the eye hole. The eye hole's just tiny. Wait, can I... Can I get... The timing of that is awful. All right, I'm gonna... You can sort of hold the dream nail until enemies are in range, but you can't just hold it indefinitely. Right, like you can charge it up and then you've got a little window where you can release it before it releases automatically. At least that's my understanding of it. Alright. Kara's online. Let's go say hi to Kara, and I'm gonna go make dinner. You enjoy the dream nail? Okay, Rocker, I'm completely opposite way. Like, the Needle-In, I think, is so much, like, better thematically. feels more used, like it so many. I guess this is the thing, is that the dream nail just kind of feels odd in a lot of ways. It has some niche interactions that people don't realize, but a bunch of those interactions, in particular, like interacting with NPCs. So like we can dream nail this guy right next to us, and it's like, that's weird. That's weird to me. Whereas like standing here and playing the needle in and getting his extra dialogue, that makes like so much more sense. So I think the needle in is more cohesive in terms of like how it fits into everything. Yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna raid Kara. She's playing Diablo 1 for the first time. So, yeah.